Everyone. It's Wednesday, and we're happy to see students with us from Coahoma who are finishing in July, I understand. So congratulations. We're glad you guys are here. We always like to start our days with silence. You may pray if you wish, and I'd like to ask Mr. Jeremy Cummins to lead us in this time.
Let's pray. Dear God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for caring for us and loving us and give us a new day of life. Pray to God that you'll forgive us where we fail you. We acknowledge our sins. And we ask you to lead and guide us as we go through this day. Help us as we attempt to make good decisions. We ask you to lead us to good decisions. Pray for calm nerves. And we ask all this in your name. Amen.
Amen. On the record. Thank you. I want to make just a few introductions so you know who's sitting here. This is a panel of the Board of Directors of the Mississippi Board of Nursing, which is made up of 13 members. There's 7 RN members, 4 LPN members, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today we are a 3-member panel of the board. We will have one of the board members serving as an alternate on each case. The alternate will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision concerning the case. So let me tell you who we have. First, I'm Mary Stewart. I am an RN member on the board. To my left is Dr. Melissa King. She is an advanced practice registered nurse on the board. My far right is Carly Walker. She's an LPN member. Carly is observing today. To her left is Sandra Culpepper. She's an LPN member, and Jeremy Cummins, an LPN member. We also have with us today Kristen Love from the Attorney General's office, who will be observing. And then last but certainly not least is our hearing officer today. To my right, Mr. Edward Wiggins Jr. He's Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The first matter before the board panel, license number R885371, case number 2019-0694. How do you pronounce your first name?
Aslene.
Aslene Triplett. We will proceed as follows. We will begin with opening statements. We will hear the cases from both sides. We'll allow for questions as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we'll allow for closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Will you each raise your right hand, please? Ms. Triplett. Right. Okay. Okay. Ms. Triplett, will you raise your right hand also? Do you each solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Triplett, are you represented by counsel today?
No.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes.
Will he be testifying on your behalf today?
Yes.
What's your name, sir? All right, thank you. Yes, sir. You also understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
And is your testimony that you're ready to proceed in this matter today?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Saltzman, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd ask that exhibits B1 through B14 be entered into evidence in addition to respondents' exhibits 1 through 3 that they submitted prior to the hearing.
Ms. Triplett, do you have any objection to these exhibits?
No.
Thank you. They are admitted. Anything further preliminarily, council?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, we will begin with opening statements. We will start with Ms. Salzman.
We are here today for disciplinary charges related to the nursing license of Ms. Aslene Triplett, who was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on June 10th, 2010. On or about July 19th, 2019, she tested positive during a pre-employment drug screen for oxymorphone. We're here today because it's alleged that she engaged in unprofessional conduct and that she practiced the profession while under the influence of a mood-altering substance in violation of 73-15-29-1L and 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Salzman. Ms. Triplett, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Yes, right, I have been an RN since 2010. And I'm here to, discuss that I wasn't, performing or anything. So I'm trying to prove, about my license, to avoid this here because it's not, it didn't have, it wasn't like that. I wasn't working or anything. So what I guess I'm saying is, I'm here today to defend, disciplinary actions.
All right, thank you. We'll begin with Ms. Salzman. You may call your first witness.
Board calls Investigator Jaquita Davis. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Jaquita Davis, Madison, Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years.
And what positions have you held during that time?
Investigation.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B3 and identify that document, please. Page 4.
The licensure documentation.
And who is the nurse listed on this license verification?
Aslene M. Arling Triplett,
And what's her license number?
885371,
And what's her license type?
registered nurse,
And what's the status?
active,
And what was the issue date?
6/10/2010.
If you would turn to what's been marked as B5, page 8, and identify that document, please.
The complaint,
And what does it list as the charge against Ms. Triplett?
charge 1, respondent violated Mississippi Code 73-15-29-11, and the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the boards and its rules, mainly practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or mood altering substances as evidenced by a positive drug screen or alcohol, an illegal substance or unauthorized medication, in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint that supports the charge.
On or about July 19, 2019, you submitted a pre-employment drug screen that resulted in a positive for oxymorphone.
After the board received this complaint, did your division investigate the allegation?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as B7, page 15, and identify that document, please.
On page 15, this is the chain of custody.
I'm sorry,
I'm on the wrong page.
B7.
I'm sorry.
Maybe it's my page number, John. Turn to B7, please.
Oh.
What number is that?
16.
16, I'm sorry, B7, page 16. You would identify that document, please.
This is a statement from the respondent.
What's the date of that statement?
January the 26th, 2022.
And if you would, who is that statement sent to?
Ms. Sharice Redmond.
And was she an investigator at the board at the time of the statement?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would please read Mrs. Triplett's statement to the board.
To whom it may concern, I, Aslene Triplett, in responding to an investigation that I tested positive for oxycodone in a pre-employment training. I was diagnosed on September the 21st, 2018 with triple negative breast cancer. I completed chemotherapy in January 2019. I then completed radiation in March 2019. I had severe pain in my right breast, and my oncologist tried a one-time medication for pain, and I had to follow up with my primary doctor. I was unsure of what the medication was, and I didn't inform AMN that I had taken this medication. Aslene Triplett, Home, Mississippi.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as B11 and identify that document.
This is the PMP
For who?
for Ms. Aslene Triplett,
And what's the date range for this PMP?
July the 6th, 2019 through July the 6th, 2022.
And if you would, please tell us whether there's a prescription for oxymorphone on this PMP listed around July of 2019. You would please turn to Exhibit B12 and identify that document.
This is the PMP. Also,
And what's the date of this PMP?
this is 8/2/2016 through 8/2/2019.
If you would turn into the second page of this document, please tell us when the last time oxycodone was prescribed to Mrs. Triplett.
Oxycodone was prescribed 4/18/2017.
Did the board's investigation produce any of the prescriptions that showed you had a valid prescription for oxymorphone in July of 2019?
No,
Tender the witness.
Said Ms. Triplett. If you have any questions for this witness, you can ask them at this time. No, sir. If you can tell her and she can ask.
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Any further testimony from this witness, Ms. Austin?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Thank
Ms. Triplett, this will be your opportunity to share with the board your side of this matter. If you would like to call your husband as a witness, you may do that. Or if you want to just give your testimony, you may do that. Once your testimony is completed, you will be subject to questions from Ms. Salzman as well as members of this board panel. If your husband testifies, he will be subject to the same. So
Okay.
you may begin.
Yes, it is true that I was diagnosed in 2018 with breast cancer. So 2018 to 2019, I was going through treatment. I had surgery, chemo, radiation, and I thought that was it. And I did have complications or side effects from the chemo or whatever, but I learned to deal with it. Let me go back to prior to the chemo diagnosis. I had diagnosed with Crohn's disease. So I was going through that also. Well, after I finished radiation, and I thought that it was, I thought I was fine. I thought that was it. That was all you had to do. But like I say, things started happening. And yes, I had the oxycodone, which I had from a surgery that was on 4/18/17, where I had my tear duct opened up. And so that was a painful surgery too. And I had some oxycodone that I had left, I did not take them all. And I had put them aside. But of course, I wasn't taking them or anything, but I had just always had medicines, the medicines that I don't use, I put them up in the cabinet. And so on that day in 19, like I say, after I finished radiation in March, I think this was like July or whatever, I started having where my lungs had collapsed. Everything on this right side, where I had the surgery, where I had the chemo, all of that had came about, and they told me it was called interstitial fibrosis, which was very painful. And then also he told my oncologist, I called him and I told him about the pain that I was having. It was a terrible pain. And he said, well, that's part of you recovering. Is it coming back? And I said, well, what can we do about it? And he was like, well, you try taking some ibuprofen, Tylenol or whatever, and see if that will help. And so I did that. I did that. I took, the medicine like that, and it just had me it didn't work. It wasn't working. So I did that a couple of days and just, prayed about it and hoped that it would get better, that it would stop. I knew eventually it was going to stop. And that's when my husband was back and forth with me, because originally we're from Kosciuszko. So he was back in Kosciuszko most of the time trying to get us situated to come back home. Because when we moved to South Haven, it was to help my daughter up there in South Haven. She was wanting to move, get her stuff, get her life situated up there to be a teacher. So that's what we were doing. So I that's all I had was them with me. And when I went, after that was over, after the pain was gone and everything, and I wasn't working. And I would like to clarify that I don't do alcohol. I'm not an alcoholic. I don't drink or anything. And especially if I was going to work. But when this pain came with the interstitial fibrosis, I was not working. I was not employed anywhere. And I had said, well, okay, I'm going to go and try to get, a job. After he told me, he said, the house is not going to be ready for us to go back yet, because we had been gone 2 years. So all kind of things had started happening to the house that was going to have to be repaired. He said, it's not safe. And it's not, you can't go back there now. So I said, well, okay, I'm going to go to work. I'm going to go back to work, because I was working at Diversicare in South Haven, and I left in May. And so I was at home. I was at home. I had did a travel assignment, and then I came back home in June, I think, in June. And so in July, or the latter part of June, is where this pain came to where it had put me down again, but I wasn't employed anywhere. And once the pain had left and I got situated, it seemed like I was coming back. I decided to take this job. Well, I wanted this job with it was through Nurse Finders in South Haven. And, they told me about the drug test and all of that. And I felt confident, and I didn't have any reason to doubt that I wouldn't pass this drug test, because I know I don't do drugs, and they didn't give me any drugs, when I was going through this pain or whatever. And so I thought I was good with that. And, I waited a couple of days and they never called me back. And she said, well, Miss Triplett, you failed the drug test. And I said, how? I don't do drugs. I knew I hadn't taken any kind of drugs or anything like that. And it didn't dawn on me. But like I said, I'm going through chemo. I mean, I'm finishing chemo, but you don't understand them, or they don't tell you the after effects of it. And I was having these issues with memory and all of that kind of stuff. But I knew that I hadn't taken medicine, but I felt strong enough and healthy enough that I was going to go back to work. Well, when she told me I failed the drug test, I knew I couldn't go there. And so I waited. And then that's when he said, well, we definitely can't go back home. And so I went back in August. It was August of 19. I went back to my old job at Diversicare. But the reason why I left in May was because it was the hours, it was the being on call, and by me being like maybe one of 3 RNs there, if someone doesn't show up and you on call, you have to do that. You have to take whatever shifts or whatever, you have to fill them. And that was taking a toll on me because I was being bothered with that peripheral artery disease, which I later found out that's what it was. But at that time, they were diagnosing me with neuropathy. And they said that's a side effect of the chemo. So I was, struggling to do that. And I couldn't do that. And I had done that, ever since I was able to come back. Because even through chemo, I was working. I on my days, my good days, or non-chemo days, I go to work. But on those days that I couldn't, I just couldn't. And they understood and they would tell me, to do that. But I left in May, to go home because that's what I wanted to do, is go back to my house. I felt like I would do better at my surroundings. And so when I went back to Diversicare, I had to go through another drug test, and I passed. And and I worked from there in August of 19 to January of 20 there. But like I said, with the drug test, I couldn't understand. I always kept saying it was a mix-up or something. But I was okay, that I didn't get that job, because after I found out what the job was, I didn't want to do that anyway. So I was okay with that. It didn't bother me. But it always went to the back of my mind is, where did I get some oxycodone from? Because I know I wasn't taking it. I knew that. And then just this year, I never said that to anybody because, like I said, I thought it was just a mistake on my part. Something happened, mixed up with me. And I'm working, I'm fine, I'm healthy. I don't know what happened. I guess it wasn't meant for me to get that job. And that's the way I always looked at it until I got these papers in the mail. And then I finally told my daughter, which she was with me, but I just never said anything because I couldn't understand it. And I tell my husband, and he was like, you talking about old pain pills that you had? I said, yeah, they're up there, and they was up there in the cabinet. And so he's the one that had gave, when I was going through that with my breast, the nerve regenerated. He's the one that gave me that pill, and I didn't know about it. And I didn't say anything about it because I know I didn't take it, and I didn't know he did. He had gave it to me, but I made sure he came with me today so he can justify that that's where it come from.
Can I speak now? Are you done?
Yes, I think I kind of like said.
Okay. Did you have some questions with him, or did you for him, or did you just want him to give a statement?
I just want him to give a statement because we done did the questions already. Yeah, but
Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. We'll let Ms. Salzman ask you some questions if she has some for you. Then if the panel has some, we'll deal with those, and then we can get to your husband's statement.
Okay.
Ms. Salzman.
You practicing nursing in July 2019?
No, I was home. I was at my house.
The board moves to dismiss the complaint as it does the allegation is not supported by the testimony today. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Osman. That will conclude this matter. You may have a seat in the gallery because we have some other matters we need to hear this morning. Are we ready for the next one, Ms. Osman?
Yes, sure.
Dismiss yours,
I'm done.
I just want the record to reflect that this matter is being dismissed based on the state's motion. We will move forward to the next matter.
Brandon, what's going over there when you act? Yes, they're not.
Robin, well.
And then the next one I had is on Mark Andrea Stasha Park. She had to be published. So we have that back. So she's got to be published. No, she's good. We're gonna get like that. The one that's been published, she's good to go today.
So she's going next.
She's not gonna be here. So we can do, I don't know her next. If we're going to list on that.
Okay.
Maria Russell came back on the 10th to the board, so we don't have service on her yet. And Maria Russell. Number 4. And then Martha Castle, we have her delivered as USPS, but we have her tracking, so we're gonna go forward. Because we had her green card didn't come back, but I've contacted her several times. We're going forward there. Actually, I think that's the end. I'm not sure if that was published or not. So these showed none of them showed up. Of the always what we got on there, we're all severe medical.
So we're publishing everybody.
Okay, I'm gonna publish this section. This one, we're gonna have to publish because we just came back and delivered here. And over there, their server, I came back, so she, I got it.
So what happened with Mills?
No. Maria Russell. Maria Russell is who is one, the one that started was. Did their, that's a coach.
Yeah.
I believe so. So now
Just start all over.
No, I'm just like so confused.
okay, so.
Because I have to keep up with the motion, that's why I'm trying to figure out.
We'll still have that, that's what we get for there. So we're going to her. It is.
10:30.
Miss Clark, the next one there, we have affidavit published on her, so going forward there. Maria Russell. Maria Russell. Her, if she shows up because she called her, then we'll go forward if she doesn't. Okay. But she hadn't yet, so. And then Miss Triplett was the one that went. Miss Castle, we are definitely going forward with. And
That was published too.
yeah, we had delivery on her USPS and have even close to. Yeah, so they were all told me here at 8 a.m.
The only one we know showing is health.
Okay, Christine, you're ready, just go.
Just say. Yeah. There was also. Y'all have the file for it?
No, we didn't
I
have
think I
it.
had it back there.
Okay, I'll have to get the.
We didn't get anything.
Okay. Do I need to read it off? The license number for that one. License number 410.
So, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
This one
License number R 918-805. Case number 2022-0907, 2022-0614, 2022-0592. Do we have any preliminary matters on this council, on this matter, Mr. Walker?
Your Honor, we'd like to introduce an evidence. It was B1 through B8. Let me double check real quick. B1 through B8, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. They are admitted. May proceed.
All the statutory requirements were met for Ms. Wilder. Her certified mail came back, so we published her as required by the statute. So she has notification and service of her hearing today, and she did not show. We'll do the rest of the problem.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. We will move to the next matter before the board panel. License number P 338415, case number 2022-0007. Are there any preliminary matters on this one, council?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce an evidence B1 through B18.
Thank you, council. They are admitted. You may proceed.
Your Honor, all statutory requirements were met for Ms. Clark as well. We certified mail came back. We didn't get service, so we published as required by statute. So she has notice of today's hearing, and she did not show, or she contacted the board. Board's met its statutory requirements for service, and we'd like to rest on the file.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. The next matter before the board panel. License number R 869526. Case numbers 2021-0284, 2019-0374. Any preliminary matters on this one, council?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to introduce an evidence B1 through B20.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. They are admitted. You may proceed.
Your Honor, the board sent certified mail to Ms. Castle, and we have USPS tracking in the file to show that it was delivered at her address, March 17th, 2023 at 11:34 a.m. So the board met its statutory requirements for notice. She was aware of the hearing. We have not heard any notice that she was not going to show up for hearing today. So we'd like to rest on the file for that as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. What's the next matter?
I believe we had an ASP also to present. Your Honor. It's going to be case number 2022-0322. RN 03442 MP.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. We will note that one for the record or when it is time for deliberation. Are there further matters we need to take up at this time?
Yeah.
The next matter before the board panel, license number P328166, case number 2021-0303. Ms. Osmond?
Yes, the board would like to introduce exhibits B1 through B20.
All right, thank you, Ms. Saltzman. They are admitted. You may proceed.
I'd like to point out that Mrs. Scroggins' license was suspended by an order that's on page 11. And additionally, I'd like to point to pages 12 and 13 to show that she was served and signed certified mail receipt showing today's hearing. This office has heard nothing from her requesting the matter be continued or requesting that she be excused from attendance. All statutory requirements for notice and due process have been met. And I would respectfully request that we be allowed to rest on the exhibits contained within the file.
All right, thank you, Ms. Osman. Anything further on this matter?
Not on that matter, Your Honor. We do have one more matter on the docket that will be a hearing. We're currently waiting. Counsel, he had another matter he had to take care of at 8 o'clock this morning, so I had told him that 10:30, based on the other matters on the docket, would be okay. So I am waiting for him to show up with his client. But that is the last matter on the docket for the day, one that we're currently waiting on.
Well, this time I entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary on these matters.
I'll make the motion.
It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on the following: license number R 918-805, license number P 338415, license number R 869-526, license number P 328166, license number R 885371, and license number NP 903442.
Make that motion.
This has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session and will return with decisions in each of these matters. Thank you. We are back on the record. We appreciate your patience. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 885-371. Board panel renders the following. The state's motion to dismiss is accepted and approved. Following deliberation on license number R 918-805. The board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following this deliberation on license number P 338415. The board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number R 869-526. The board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number P 328166. The board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number NP 903442. The ASP is approved. Are there any questions on those matters?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Are we ready to proceed to the next matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Nelson. Joanna Nelson.
The next matter on the board panel docket today, license number 904284 NP, case number 2022-0419. Let the record reflect that this licensee is represented by counsel Tommy Savant. Ms. Osman, are there any preliminary matters?
Your Honor, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B8 be entered into evidence today, and I have provided a copy of those to Mr.
Do you have any objection, counsel? Your Honor. Thank you. They are admitted. Anything further preliminarily?
No, Your Honor.
We will proceed as follows. We will begin with opening statements. We will hear arguments from both sides. We will allow for questions as well as cross-examination. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, the board panel we will hear closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. and render a decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Okay, will you each raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. We will now begin with opening statements. Ms. Osman.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are here today for a hearing before the board panel for disciplinary charges against the nursing license of nurse practitioner Joanna Nelson. The evidence today will show that on or about April the 27th, 2022, Mrs. Nelson, while staying at Home 2 Suites in Ridgeland, Mississippi, confessed to receiving Adderall, 50 amphetamine pills in the mail from an individual in Chicago. The charges against her today are violation of 73-15-29E, 73-15-29J, 73-15-29-1L, and 73-15-29-1L. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bond.
Your Honor, respondent does not contest that an event happened on April 27th and that a package was delivered to a location where she and her husband and the rest of her family were temporarily staying. Respondent would contest the extent of the knowledge that she possessed that is reflected in the report that Ms. Saltzman just referred to. And other than that, the respondent would have nothing further in opening.
Thank you. Ms. Osman.
The court calls investigator Floyd Wiley. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
My name is Floyd Wiley. I live in Rankin County. I'm employed here at the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you been employed at Board of Nursing?
11 years.
And what have your positions been during that time?
Investigator, bailiff, investigator for the advanced practice department.
And if you would, is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that the board receives related to licensees?
Yes.
If you would, please turn to what's demarked as B3, page number 4, and identify that document, please.
It is the nurse's license verifications for nurse practitioner Joanna Nelson.
What's her license number?
904294.
And what's the license number?
Nurse practitioner,
And when was the license issue date?
November the 23rd, 2020.
If you would, please turn to what has been marked as B5, specifically page 11, and identify that document, please.
Is the complaint?
And what is charged today in the complaint against Mrs. Nelson? You would take us through the charges, please.
Okay, charge 1. Respondent is addicted to or dependent upon alcohol or other habit-forming drugs, or is a habitual user of narcotics, barbiturates, amphetamines, hallucinogens, or other drugs having similar effect, or has misappropriate any medications. Charge 2, respondent engaged in any other conduct, whether of the same or of a different character than the specified in the article, that would constitute a crime as defined in Title 97 of Mississippi Code of 1972 as now or hereafter amended, and that relates to such persons' employment as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse. Charge 3, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29 in that respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820 R 1.2H. Charge 4, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29, and that respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820 R 1.2.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint as being supportive of these charges.
Here. Okay, on or about April the 27th, 2022, agents with the Madison County, Mississippi Narcotics Unit arrived at Home to Suites in Ridgeland, Mississippi, after having been notified of a K-9 package alert the prior day from the United States Postal Service for a package at the Richland, Mississippi location. Respondent's package was picked up from the hotel's front desk by her husband and then intercepted by agents. The intercepted package contained shredded pieces of paper along with approximately 50 amphetamine pills. Upon interviewing respondent, she admitted to law enforcement agents that she was aware of a friend from Chicago, Illinois, was mailing her amphetamine pills at the time of her arrest. Respondent had a valid monthly prescription for a 90 count of Adderall, 30 milligram pills. On this date, respondent could only provide agents 3.5 pills from her Adderall prescription that had last been filled on April the 9th, 2022.
And if you would, what's that last sentence in the complaint?
On or about May 18th, 2022, respondent was transported to the Madison County Detention Center where she was charged with felony possession of amphetamines.
When you receive complaints like this, what do you do to investigate those complaints?
I try to set up a time to interview the licensee. And I also work with the law enforcement agency who's involved with it, whoever arrested the licensee.
And did you interview the licensee in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what came of that interview?
During that interview, I spoke with her attorney, Mr. Savant, and she did admit to knowing that pills were coming. But she stated that she didn't realize it was going to be that many. She thought it was going to be 4 or 5 pills.
And did you obtain any type of documentation during your investigation?
Yes, I did.
You would turn to B6 and identify that document. B6, page 16.
B6 is the police report in Madison County.
This is from the Madison County Narcotics Unit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you would just, I think you've summarized it somewhat already, but just give us the highlights of what this narrative says. I mean, you can just summarize what it says.
Okay. Ultimately explains that they went to the hotel, intercepted the package, interviewed, or spoke with the husband, spoke with nurse practitioner Nelson, in which she admitted that the package was hers. She admitted to knowing that the medication was in the package. They asked her to produce the Adderall pills that she had received from her prescription that was filled earlier in the month. And she was only able to show them a small number of the pills that she had remaining from her prescription that she received from her physician provider.
And so in this statement, maybe a third way up from the bottom, read to us what it says about her admission. Beginning with Joanna stated that Mrs. Allen sends her hair products from Chicago.
Okay. Joanna said her friend offered to send her the amphetamine pills. Agent Fish asked Joanne if she is prescribed Adderall, which Joanne stated, yes, she is. She receives 90 30-milligram pills every month, and that she is supposed to take 3 of the pills each day. Agent Fish asked Joanne how many Adderall pills did she have left in her bottle. Joanne said she had half the prescription left.
Let me stop you just there. Let's go up just a little bit more up here where it says finally after several minutes passed and start there. Just read that sentence to us. Sorry. Right here.
Okay.
Right here.
Finally, after several minutes passed, Joanne admitted that she knew about the pills being sent to her from her friend in Chicago.
Okay. So she admitted to Madison County Narcotics Unit that she knew the pills were being sent to her. Is that correct?
Yes,
And if you look on that next page of the narrative, I believe it tells how many, what the prescription was. Is that correct? It
yes,
was on the last page. I may have it in the wrong spot. But you summarized it. How many pills were left?
3.
And if you would please turn to what's been marked, page 21 as B7 and identify this document.
B7 is a PMP for Robert Nelson, nurse practitioner Nelson's husband.
Okay. And what's the date range for this PMP?
It is from May the 18th, 2019 through May the 18th, 2022.
And in
2022.
looking at his PMP, what has he been prescribed?
He has received Adderall also.
Okay,
The whole PMP is Adderall with the exception of a prescription for Sudagest.
so this PMP ends in May of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And if you would tell me in April of 22, about the time of these allegations, what was the dosage and amount that Mr. Nelson was getting in Adderall?
He was
Being prescribed, sorry.
receiving 60 a month.
And is this consistent? Had he had that for a while, that prescription that he was filling for a while?
Throughout the duration of the PMP from May 2019 through May 2022, all of the prescriptions were for 60. So yes,
If you would turn to what's been labeled as MSBN page 23, exhibit B8 and identify his. Please. Page 23, exhibit B8.
it is nurse practitioner Nelson's PMP.
Okay, so tell us what a PMP is.
A PMP is a document or instrument in which any controlled substance that a person has received is pretty much logged into the PMP system, which generates a report from whatever time period any controlled medication is on here.
So that it only shows control medication, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the date range for this PMP for Ms. Nelson?
April the 4th, 2020 through April the 4th, 2023.
And if you would, go to April of 2022 for me and tell me what she was prescribed at that time.
April 2022.
22.
Okay. She was prescribed Adderall, 90 pills for a 30-day supply.
And in looking at this PMP more recently, in March of 2023, has the quantity been decreased?
Yes, the quantity has decreased.
And when did the quantity decrease again? When did it go? When did the prescriptions go from 90 to 60?
First one I see is November the 8th, 2022.
Then it's decreased again to 90, is that correct?
Then it went back to 90, yes.
And then in January of 2023, what happened?
January 2023, the pills went from 90 to 60 again.
Now specifically look at February the 2nd, 2023. What was filled on that day for Mrs. Nelson?
February,
2nd, 2023.
okay, it was Adderall.
And what's the quantity?
Quantity is 60 for a 30-day supply.
And who was the prescriber?
It's a different prescriber. Stella,
Initials. Okay,
Stella Culliver.
okay. And then if you go to the next prescription controlled substance that was filled and tell us the date and how many days later that was?
Next one was February 2023,
So how many?
8 days later.
Okay.
And it was another prescription for 60 pills, a 30-day supply.
And who was the prescriber for this prescription?
On this one, it appears to be Jill Easley.
So in 8 days' time, she received 2 prescriptions, both quantities of 60 from 2 different prescribers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
that was in February of this year.
Yes, February of this year.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Savant, any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Wiley, in looking at the PMP, I see one of the columns, the fourth from the top, as you're moving left to right, fill date, ID written, and that fourth column is sold, correct?
That's correct.
What is that what is reflected in the sold column? What does that mean, I guess, is my question.
This is the date that the prescription was actually sold to the patient, the day they received it.
All right, so first column, and I'm specifically referring to February 2nd of 23, that says fill date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What is ID, the second column?
ID, I'm not sure. I don't
All
know.
right, the third column written is February 2nd of 23, so by this PMP, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that February 2nd is the date that a prescription was, excuse me, written by the provider. Correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that like I am?
As far as my history with it, the day that it was written is dated on there, so that's what I'm accustomed to seeing.
Okay, so you much like me, we're assuming that third date written is the date written.
Not
Correct.
sure, yes.
And we're also assuming that the fourth column sold is the day that the patient or picks up or actually acquires the prescription, correct?
Correct.
What is the sold date on that February 2nd, 2023 prescription written by Culliver?
So what is the sold date?
Yes, sir.
A sold date isn't on here.
So are we to assume that that means that the person who was prescribed the medication did not obtain it?
You're asking me if I'm assuming that?
I'm asking you, does the PMP reflect whether or not a patient obtained this February 2nd, 2023 prescription?
I can't answer that. I just know it's not a sold date on here.
Okay, but your knowledge of PMPs, that indicates that your prescription wasn't picked up.
No, I can't say that.
What can you say about that sold date not being there?
I can say I see several columns on here where there's not a sold, a line item in the sold date area. So that's all I can say.
All right, looking up at the January 10th, 2023 prescription that Ms. Saltzman asked you about. The next one above, the one we were just discussing, February 10th of 23, is a field date for a prescription written February 5th of 23, correct?
Correct.
And again, we don't know what ID is. I don't, and I believe you said you did not either, that second column.
Correct.
Okay. So that does in fact indicate a sold date of February 10th of 23. Okay, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean to you? That February 10th of 23 date as a sold date?
To me, that means the day that it was purchased, picked up by the patient.
Okay. All right. And again, you agree with me that on the February 2nd, 2023 sold date, there's nothing reflected.
Correct.
Okay. The PMPs, heard of them, who has access to them? Has legal access to them?
Legal access? I don't know.
I'm assuming I couldn't just go online and run a PMP on someone.
I would assume that correct.
Okay. I guess a better question is access to those PMPs is limited to certain individuals.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Does law enforcement have access to them? Do you know?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Physicians, prescribing physicians?
Driving physicians, yes, they have access to their patients' PMP, yes.
Okay. In this PMP, other than the one you mentioned, I mean, there's no reason to dispute that either Mrs. Nelson or her husband Rob were not obtaining legal prescriptions from their providers.
Repeat that, please.
Okay, let me ask it this way. You looked at the PMP. Did you consider who the prescribers were in each of these instances?
Yes,
Okay, through your investigation, do you look into those prescribers and see if they are in fact validly licensed, certified, whatever requirements the state nursing board or medical board may require of them?
you're referencing in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
No, I know her primary, yes, the one with the most consistency, yes, Dr. Loper,
Okay. Dr. William Loper here in Ridgeland,
yes.
Chief of Staff at St. Dominic's. Did you
That I
know
don't
that?
know.
Okay. But based on this PMP, you have no reason to believe that there's any question as to the integrity, honesty, or otherwise of any of the prescribers, correct?
Correct.
And I guess if there was any question of honesty, integrity, or otherwise of a nurse practitioner who may be prescribing, I would assume the nursing board and you as an investigator would probably know about that. If a complaint was filed.
Yes,
Okay, so we can assume that if there's a nurse practitioner prescribing on this PMP, that they are legitimately, I'm sorry, I can't quite come up with the term, but they're valid. The nursing board has no problem with them.
correct.
Okay. All right. Now, can I ask how this complaint came to your attention as an investigator with the board? If you know.
So honestly, at this particular time, I don't know. I don't
How do you,
recall how it was brought to our attention.
okay, what's typical of how a something of this nature will be brought to the board's attention, your attention.
I think in a case of this type of issue, it can be from if they're arrested. I mean, they could have been televised on the news, or law enforcement agent may have made contact with the board knowing that the individual may have inactive license.
Okay. Do law enforcement, is it a practice that they always report to any licensed professional such as a nurse practitioner, that they automatically let the nursing board know if they are involved in an investigation of a nurse practitioner or nurse?
Well, I don't know if I'll say always, but a large percentage of the time, yes.
They're not required to though, correct?
I can't answer that if they're required to or not.
They don't do it always. Apparently, they're not required to, I would guess, right?
I don't know.
We would assume law enforcement always follows the law if they're required to report it.
I would hope so.
I would too. Okay, so however you received it, what date did you go meet with, well, I guess I should ask this. You in fact met with representatives of the law enforcement agency, correct?
Correct, yes.
At their office here in Canton?
Correct, yes.
And I'm sorry, let him finish the question. I'll slow down. So who did you meet with?
Agent Josh Fish.
Anyone else?
No,
Okay. At the time you met with Agent, do you remember what day that was?
exact date, no.
Did you not have any handwritten notes or anything indicating that?
Not my handwritten notes in here, no.
Okay, so, and if you don't recall, I'm assuming, and you can take a look at the, what's been admitted as exhibits, but there's no indication in the exhibits that have been admitted before the panel that you put in the date you met with Agent Fish.
If it's not reflected in here, I would say no.
All right, did you obtain the narratives from law enforcement yourself?
Yes.
Did you obtain them the date you met with Agent Fish?
No,
Okay. Would you have obtained those before or after you met with Agent Fish?
I can recall 2 meetings with Agent Fish, and the initial meeting, a report wasn't done, so it would have been the second meeting with Agent Fish.
There was no reports done at the first meeting you had with them, is I believe what you just said.
Correct, yes.
Okay. You know, obviously that meeting was after the events that occurred on April 27th, correct?
Yes,
Otherwise, you wouldn't have had any reason to meet with it, right?
right.
And you don't remember whether it was April 27th, 28th, whether it was May, when it was?
No,
But we know based on what you just, that no report was done until after that first meeting. Correct?
correct.
Were you in, you're in law enforcement now, I think. Are you a sworn officer?
No,
Okay. Have you ever worked in law enforcement in that capacity with a police department, a sheriff's department as a sworn officer?
no,
So you wouldn't have any knowledge if, or is it practice that law enforcement would conduct an investigation and not do a report until a significant amount of time after the investigation, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay, but there was a report the second time you met with him.
Correct.
All right, in that report, there's one from Agent Fish, but there's also one from a Lieutenant Steed. Is that correct? And I'm sorry, man, I'm all confused where I am here, but I'm looking. I'm sorry, on page 19 of the exhibit. Down at the bottom, you have.
I do. It's 16 and 19.
Right, and
I believe they're the same statement other than the last paragraph.
all right, I'm looking at,
Starts from the bottom, the narrative, with the difference of this. And two.
okay, all right, so, thank you. So,
I'm sorry, so we're looking at 19?
yes, sir, I'll be more clear and slow down a little bit. I'm looking at page 19. Are you doing that page, Mr. Wiley?
Yes,
Okay, and that page 19 at the bottom through page 20 contains a narrative, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and that narrative, I believe Ms. Salzman just indicated to me, is the same narrative that exists on pages 16 and 17 of the board of the exhibits that are before the board, correct?
Yes,
And so B6, exhibit B6, beginning on page 16, is in effect just the same, two copies of the same narrative, correct? With one exception. Is that right?
you said the one exception.
Well, minus the last paragraph on page 17.
Okay, correct, yes.
All right. So the last paragraph on page 17 refers to an event that happened on May 18th, correct?
Okay, repeat that again.
The last paragraph on exhibit B6, specifically the second page, page 17, refers to an event that happened on May 18th.
Correct,
Okay. And you received these narratives at your second meeting with Agent Fish, correct?
correct.
So I'm assuming your second meeting with Agent Fish was sometime after May 18th of 2022.
Yes,
Okay. All right, and we can look at these narratives and see that things are added and possibly subtracted that we may not know about based on the face of the narratives, correct?
you said things added or subtracting, added or subtracted.
Can you rephrase that?
I'm sorry, that
Yeah.
wasn't a very good question. In fact, I'm just not gonna ask it at all. What date did you meet with Ms. Nelson?
Asked and answered.
I didn't hear the day.
He said he didn't know.
Oh.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. I was asking specifically about the date that Ms. Nelson and I met with you.
The date all three of us met?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was June 14th, 2022.
That's that.
That I have on the note.
Gotcha. Yeah, if I may. Is that where you got that from?
No.
Okay, but that is it's an exhibit referring to page 15. That's the letter of representation I wrote, correct?
Correct.
Because you had to have that to reflect me as her attorney.
Correct.
Okay, on the day in question, let's assume it was June 14th of 22 when we met, so that's what I put. Was Miss Nelson cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. Was the meeting, where did it take place? Do you remember?
Actually, I know it's a coffee shop.
Yeah, no,
Jackson.
sorry, I'm getting kind of smart out again. I was there. I remember it was at
Right.
a coffee shop in Fondren, right?
Exactly.
All right, and you had contacted Miss Nelson and she volunteered to show up.
Yes,
All right, and was cooperative.
yes,
And on that day, she told you she thought maybe, she didn't know, but she thought maybe 4 or 5 Adderall pills.
correct.
All right, in your meetings with law enforcement, Mr. Wiley, or have you seen what was seized by law enforcement on April 26th or 27th of last year?
No,
That last paragraph on the narrative as reflected on page 17. That begins on May 18th, 2022. Correct?
yes, May 18th, 2022.
All right, and it says, basically, if I'm correct, that describes Miss Nelson being arrested.
Yes,
Okay. So to our knowledge, she wasn't arrested prior to that day.
asking me?
Yes, sir. Based on the exhibits.
Correct. According to, hold on, let me look at the other document. Correct,
Okay. All right. In the first sentence says Agent Fish went to the Madison County Justice Court building and met with Joanna Nelson, correct?
correct,
Okay. And then Nelson was taken into custody.
correct,
So it seems to indicate that Ms. Nelson had voluntarily gone to the Justice Court building and met with Agent Fish. Correct?
yes, if that's the question, yes, that's
That's
correct,
another example of that. I know because I was there.
okay,
Okay. And then she was taken into custody. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And we hadn't gotten any indication through any of this, your investigation or the testimony today, that Ms. Nelson was anything other than cooperative. Correct?
Yeah, she's definitely cooperated with me, yes,
Okay. And the exhibit that's admitted that you read from, it appears that maybe not at first, but she eventually cooperated with police.
I would say yes,
And that was at a time prior to her being arrested. Correct?
correct,
Okay. And what I'm referring to, there's no need to dance around it. I mean, you read that narrative and on the date in question at the hotel, I mean, it indicates that she wasn't forthcoming at first, correct?
correct,
And then came around, for lack of a better way to put it, correct?
correct.
All right. And thought I was on a roll. I lost my train of thought. All right, I'm gonna finish up, Your Honor. Everybody knows when a lawyer said he's gonna finish up, it's gonna be a while longer, but I truly intend to finish up here quickly. In the course of the investigation, Mr. Wiley, have you had occasion to check any prior history prior to April 27th of last year of Ms. Nelson and her professional performance?
Yes,
I hope I didn't miss it looking through here, but it appears everything was fine, right?
no,
Oh, man, I knew I shouldn't have asked that question. Where's the blip? Or where's the problem I missed in her prior history?
prior history,
She ever had any complaints?
well, I was an agreed order in Florida back in 2009.
What'd that revolve around?
It's related to a conviction of grand theft. states she was younger and was spending in another city on her mother's credit card.
Okay, all right. I wish you'd told me about that, but it had nothing to do with narcotics, correct?
Uh,
That you,
From what I've covered, no.
okay, all right. Hold on. I'm gonna get your notes in just a minute. I'm good with that. About that. Talk about that in a minute. Hold on. Other than on the PMP though, other than the February 2nd date of 23 and the February 10th date of 23 that we discussed, it's also discussed that causes concern because it's two big prescriptions right together, correct?
Correct.
All right, and the first one doesn't show sold, correct? The February 2nd one.
That's correct.
All right. No other real inconsistencies on the PMP other than the amounts legally prescribed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Am I to assume that the significance of Mr. Nelson's PMP being attached to the causes that much controlled substance coming into one household?
You asking me about something you're assuming?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you again. Mr. Nelson's PMP, her husband's PMP is attached because he was being prescribed Adderall too.
It's something I came across during the investigation, so I just put it in my file.
Had it not been prescribed Adderall, would it have been in the file?
Had it been a lot of controlled substances besides Adderall, I probably would have included it anyway. So
Mr. Nelson, a registered nurse as well, do you know?
from my understanding, yes, he is.
You run a PMP on the children?
No.
I don't believe I'm. Oh, Your Honor, I'm finished. Tender, do we do redirect? I tender the witness, I think is what it's what I usually say. I don't know if it's appropriate here, Your Honor, but that's what I do.
It is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions for this witness from the board panel?
Maybe, yeah, just.
I'll just ask. So, Mr. Wiley, looking at exhibit B8
8.
on page 23,
Okay.
and I'm not sure, so I'm asking the question. The demographics, there are 7 linked records for Joanna Nelson at the top.
Okay.
And the ID, there are 7 different IDs for Ms. Nelson.
Okay.
And I think the question earlier that opposing counsel asked was about the ID number on the PMP.
Right,
Do those correlate
yes,
from your understanding?
yes, now that I see it, yes,
So it looks like maybe different IDs are being used at different times. Perhaps. And I don't know. That's not a question. That's the only thing I had. You have something?
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Hall?
I just have a couple questions. In her statement to the Madison County Narcotics Unit, did she admit that she knew her friend was sending her amphetamine through the US mail?
yes.
Okay. And when they went to check her prescription, that was only a few days old, how many pills were left?
Your Honor, I got the suggestion earlier, so I want to try it. Asked and answered.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. How many pills were in the bottle when Agent Fish and the other officers checked her prescription on April the 27th, 2022?
I may be recalling incorrectly, but I think that was asked and answered as well.
Okay. If you would. Let's look at. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sentence from the bottom where it says Agent Fish asked Joanna. And you read that sentence to us?
Sorry, which exhibit?
The 8th sentence from the bottom, starting with Agent Fish asked Joanna. On 16, I'm sorry, in the same.
Agent Fish asked Joanna how many Adderall pills did she have left in her bottle. Joanne said she had half the prescription left.
Was that in fact true when the agents went to check?
No,
Okay, and there's been a lot of discussion about whether or not this prescription that's on page B8 or exhibit B8, page 24. These two prescriptions from February, one dated February the 2nd, one dated February the 10th. They're 8 days apart. I believe it was your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't know what it means on the sold line. You just know that it's sold is not there on February the 2nd. That's that correct?
correct.
But what does this tell you? What does the PMP from those 2 dates tell you? From February the 2nd and February the 10th, 2023.
Tells you the date it was written and a field date.
And were the prescribers the same?
The prescribers are not the same.
So whether she got it filled or didn't get it filled, did she get 2 prescriptions for Adderall as recently as February of 2023 from 2 different providers?
Yes,
No further questions. I'm sorry, I have one more question. My apologies. What's the current status of the criminal case?
the criminal case is still open and pending. The pills that were recovered were sent to the crime lab, and until the results come back, just pending till the results of the pills come back.
Thanks.
Sorry, we have a question from the panel here for this witness.
Mr. Wiley. Typically, when we have the PMP, we don't just get the patient's PMP, but we can pull the prescriber profile. Did you pull the prescriber profile for this case? In this case, it would be Ms. Nelson.
No, I don't think I did, no.
Any further questions from the panel? Did you have anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You have anything further for this witness? May be excused. Fine.
And I may have a brief moment to confer with Ms. Salt.
Certainly. Actually, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
Yeah, no place that I was going to agree.
You know, we didn't.
No. Would ask for an escort. We go on. Got a cook on the board. Thank you very much. It's all right.
Mr. Devon, you may call your witness if you so desire.
I call the respondent, Ms. Nelson.
You may proceed.
Ms. Nelson, if you would tell the board, the panel, just, I think they know obviously a little bit about you professionally, but just if you would go through your professional, what's the word I'm looking for? Accomplishments, what you do, that kind of thing. And your family too. Tell them about your family.
Thank you for allowing me to sit here today. My name is Joanna Nelson. I am a master's prepared
Speak up so
board,
everybody-
master's prepared board certified family nurse practitioner. I've had the honor of having my nursing license since 1997 and my nurse practitioner license since 1999. For the first 12 years of my practice, I worked with neurosurgeons and trauma centers in the Boston area and then in the Miami area. For the next 8 years, I worked under both medical and psychiatric doctors in detox, rehab, and inpatient rehabilitation centers in Southeast Florida, where I lived. Since moving to Mississippi in 2020, I've had the same job whereby I work for a company called Matrix Medical. I see patients in their homes to perform wellness medical HNPs on behalf of their insurance companies. I serve the underserved of Mississippi. I take care of the elderly, the indigent, the homebound, and rural people. And I can honestly say with all my years in practice that this job has been actually the most fulfilling for me, because not only do I act as a clinician, I'm also an educator and an advocate with them and for them, and I love my job. I am married to a man named Robert Nelson. He is the former chief nursing officer at St. Dominic's. He currently resides in Oklahoma, where he is a chief nursing officer at another hospital system. He is a Marine Corps veteran who served 3 tours in Iraq. He has been the rock for me, and he has been on multiple medications for the PTSD and the other things that have occurred. He moved here before I did in 2019 while I was finishing up school with my children for the brief period of time that we lived in Illinois. And then we moved here, my children and I, in 2020. My daughter, Alexandra, is in the nursing school at the university, and she is hoping to one day become a psychiatric nurse practitioner. My son, Nicholas, is 14. He is a 8th grader at Madison Ridgeland Academy. They're both good kids and great students, and I couldn't be prouder for who they are. I'm also mommy to 2 rescue dogs at home. I have had the past year to reflect on the mistake that I made. I had an acquaintance who did my hair while I was living in Illinois. I was wearing extensions at the time. When I moved here, I couldn't find affordable extensions like the ones that she had provided to me. Every couple months, she would send me hair products, extensions, as I requested, which I would pay her for. Around the time of January, February of 2022, I had a conversation with her. And I jokingly was discussing everything from life here in Mississippi to just the fact that I was taking the Adderall, and joking with her because she had told me that she had been prescribed Adderall as well. And she said, well, if you want some, I'd be happy to send you some. And it was a cavalier, stupid conversation I had with this acquaintance of mine. I never intended to ask her to send me any. I never intended for it to become anything more than the stupid cavalier conversation that it was. In fact, thereafter, I received other packages from her for hair products. And I forgot about my stupid conversation that I had with her and the mistake that I did not simply say to her at the time, no, that is wrong. Don't do that. And that is my mistake. And I alone am to blame for that cavalier mistake that I made on a phone call. The past year has been an eye-opener to me about the fact that I feel my 24 years as a nurse practitioner and as a woman, as a mother, as a wife, has been unblemished. And as a nurse, I have had nothing but patient-focused, solid, unblemished care and a professional record that supports that in all my years of practice. However, this mistake that I made has really, really shaken me to understand that simple mistakes have consequences. And I understand that. And I know there will be consequences for my actions. But I sit here before you simply to present myself and to say that I am not that person that appears on paper before you. I am a good person. I have no criminal record. I have never been convicted of a crime. I really am sorry for what I've caused to my family, what I've caused to my character and my profession. And I just, I did not intend nor ask for whatever was in that package. And I want, again, simply to thank you for allowing me to be here today. And I will accept and respect any and all of your decisions. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Nelson, as to that date, April 26, 27, did you ever actually see the contents of the package?
No, I did not.
And you've talked about consequences today. And as you understand, we're talking about professional consequences, correct?
Well, professional, and the fact that I'm blessed that I am still home with my family.
And I think what I was leading to and what I think you're referring to, no matter any decision that is a result of today's events, you, with my help, you're still gonna have to deal with, for lack of a better term, the potential criminal consequences, correct?
I will face what those consequences are.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. You testified, I believe, that your, I guess, hair friend that does hair in Chicago sends you extensions.
I had received, we were living in Lost Rabbit when we first moved here in Madison, the Lost Rabbit community. She had sent me maybe 3 or 4 in that first year and a half that I'd been living there. We were staying at the Home 2 Suites in Ridgeland, my husband, my family and I, while we were waiting to close on our home in Jackson.
How long had you been at Home 2 Suites waiting to close?
We left the home in Lost Rabbit, I believe, in late March, early April, and we did not close on our home in Jackson until the 1st of June. So we stayed there for those many months of 2022.
And do you remember the last time she sent you those extensions when you lived in Lost Rabbit?
Maybe it was in December or January, December of 21 or January of 22.
So when would they be due to come to you again?
I do not have extensions. I have not had contact with her since this event. I have not spoken with her. I have no contact.
Okay, I'm probably just confused. In December or January of 2022? So December
of last-
2021, January of 2022?
Correct.
Okay.
That was the last time I spoke with her.
That's the last time you spoke with her. And when was the last time she sent you extensions?
The time I spoke with her in January, I had just received a package from her. And she said that she may be sending me one more. I said I didn't think I need it because I wasn't sure that I was going to continue with that kind of hair care. And I said, if you do have some left from package that you had sent me, any other bundles, please send them to me, but I'm going to just do my own hair, keep my own hair natural.
And that was in January of 2022?
That's correct.
And then you moved into Home 2 Suites in April of 2022?
We left our home in Lost Rabbit, I believe, late March, early April. That's correct.
So she didn't send you any more hair extensions between January and or late March, early April of 2022?
Not that I recall, no,
Okay, so how did she get your address to send you the amphetamine?
that I gave it to her. Oh, I take that back. I may have had a conversation with her in March because she may have called me to say she had bundles left. And I said, well, if you're going to send me the rest of those bundles, then I'm not going to be living there. We had arranged to stay at Home Two Suites back in late January or February because we knew we were leaving that property in Lost Rabbit to prepare for our home closing. So she may have contacted me in March. I apologize. Just to make sure that she had the bundles left that I had originally paid for. And that's when I told her you could send those to me if you'd like.
So is your testimony now that you may have spoken to her in March of 2022 to give
I
her
may have
your
spoken to her one last time via text.
anticipated address
Correct,
at the hotel?
correct, which we knew ahead of time because of the nature of leaving one place without having our home ready to close on.
And you said your friend worked in Chicago. Where does she work?
She did hair. She was an acquaintance of an acquaintance. She came to my home in Chicago to do my hair.
She came to your residence to do your hair.
Correct.
Did she have an address or a home base that she worked from, a business?
She had her business where she went to her clients' homes. I did not know what her home address was. I never was that close to her.
Do you know why she sent the amphetamine to you from another hotel?
I have no idea. I have no idea what she did.
So you don't know her address, you just,
I do not know her address. I did not know her that formally. She was an acquaintance of an acquaintance. She came to my homes a couple times a year to do my hair, maybe every 2-3 months.
did you admit to Madison County Narcotics Units that you were aware the pills might be coming?
I did admit that I had had a cavalier, silly conversation with her about that back in December or January.
But it's your testimony today that you weren't expecting any more extensions from her after January of 2022, because you were discontinuing that, right?
No, I had told her, she had texted me one last time stating that I had purchased bundles. She had some left and that if she wanted to send me the rest, she could send them to me at the hotel address. And that was going to be the last time that I would want to have hair products from her.
So were you expecting extensions or amphetamine?
I was expecting extensions, the remaining of the bundles that I had purchased. I had forgotten that silly conversation I'd had with her in December.
But that silly conversation is where,
The problem arose.
okay. And so in that, I think you classified as a stupid conversation previously.
It was cavalier and it was immature and it was a mistake that I didn't arrest the conversation as it went on.
But the conversation happened, correct?
That is correct.
And the Adderall was shipped as a result of the conversation, correct?
That appears to be correct.
So you knew Adderall was coming to you.
It was a thought that it wasn't a definite. I did not ask for it specifically. I did not pay for any medication. It was something that I had absolutely forgotten about, but I admitted to Josh Fish that I had had that conversation and that I had participated in that conversation.
And there's been a lot of discussion today about your PMP. Can you tell me in February of 2023, and if you need to look at what's been marked as Exhibit 8, I believe, on page 20. Can you explain why you have 2 prescribers giving you amphetamines 8 days apart in February of 2023?
So William Loper was my primary care physician from the time I moved up until the middle of last year. I made the decision after a hysterectomy that I wanted to proceed with a female provider. So I had switched to Jill Easley, and she has been my primary care provider since then. She had a student nurse practitioner with her for several of the visits around the time of those prescriptions when I met with Jill Easley. I do not know who Miss St. Culliver is. I do not have any meetings or visits or appointments with her. I don't know who she is. If I were to make a guess, I would say that she might have been the student that was with Jill Eastley that day. And may I also add something about the conversation about the Adderall dosing and quantity? Dr. Loper diagnosed me as having hypertension when I first started seeing him. And I made the conversation that I'm 51, almost 52 years old. I wanted to lower the dose of Adderall. I did not want to be taking that high of a dose with cardiovascular disease. He lowered my dose from 90 milligrams daily to 60 milligrams daily. When I went to Jill Eastley, the quantity may have changed from 90 to 60, but the dosage remained lowered. It was a 20 milligram tablet 3 times a day for a total of 60 milligrams, or it was a 30 milligram tablet twice daily for again a total of 60 milligrams daily. The change in the quantity is simply because there is the Adderall shortage in all the pharmacies across the nation, but particularly here. So she would change from 30 milligram tablet to a 20 milligram tablet because of what was available at the pharmacies at that time. My dose has not increased from 60 milligrams a day since then. And I have had several conversations with her recently that I am concerned about the effects of Adderall on the cardiovascular system, and especially at my age with the diagnosis of high blood pressure. And the plan has always been that I'm weaning off that medication. I do not feel like I need to risk my health for that medication. It is not that important to me. So our plans have been to wean me off over the course of the next few months.
Could you tell me what your current criminal status is related to these charges?
So again, I've never been convicted of a crime. I have no criminal record. I did not plead guilty to the charges on the day that Josh Fish took me into custody.
You did not plead guilty. Are the criminal charges against you still pending?
Yes, there.
Is it a felony charge?
It is as it stands at the moment.
No further questions.
Any questions for this witness from the panel? Proceed.
So, Ms. Nelson, I've done some math on what we're looking at.
Mhm.
So over a 3-year period, right at 5,000 pills. Would that be a fair statement that would have been in your home?
Perhaps, but if you're telling me about my husband's prescriptions, if I may say, he has been prescribed Adderall for many years. He was started on his Adderall in Mississippi when he moved here in 2019. And up until 1 month ago, he is still taking Adderall. He lives in Oklahoma for the past maybe several months, 3, 4, 6 months, since he decided to take the job there after leaving St. Dominic's. He last filled his prescription from Jill Eastley a month ago.
But from our perspective,
Okay.
5,000 pills in 3 years within one home setting, correct?
Prescribed.
As well, and that is not including what you received that we are knowledgeable of via mail, correct?
I never received that package.
So the package or.
I mean,
so
it came,
you're telling
they
us it was
told me,
Ma'am, one moment, please. I need for her to.
oh, I'm
finish.
sorry, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry,
Can you
sir.
respond?
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
And ask another question.
Sorry.
She's not our court reporter here.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Please continue.
So you're telling me that the package was not delivered to the hotel for you, regardless of if you're physically there or not?
There was a package allegedly delivered.
And in regards to that package, was there any hair products in there with those amphetamines?
I have no idea. I never saw the package.
Well, according to the report, which I know you have a copy of as well, was there any mention of hair products in that package?
They did not mention that.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Anything further from the panel?
Nelson,
Hi.
you have your prescriptive authority.
I do not. I've had my DEA license since 1999 and I've been in good standing with the DEA all these years. When I moved to Mississippi, because my job does not include prescriptions in my capacity working with Matrix Medical Network. I do not have my Mississippi PMP control. I do not have my Mississippi controlled substance license.
Don't write any prescriptions at all currently in your practice.
No, I do not.
Um, when were you diagnosed with ADHD or ADD?
2014.
2014. And then you have the, did they do any other testing, like psychological testing besides just for ADD or any chemical dependency testing or anything like that?
I was seeing a Dr. Joel Kimmel in Coral Springs, Florida. I lived in Parkland, Florida at the time. And he went through the full 3-day psychiatric, psychological battery of testing with me upon my request. And he had that. He has all those records. I saw him for about 10 years while living in Parkland, Florida, maybe a little less.
The panel asked today for you to proceed with another psychological evaluation or a chemical dependency evaluation. Would you be okay with that?
I would welcome that.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Spahn?
I would like to address where the criminal charges stand at this moment. If the panel would be interested, I think there's some question as to that. They're just pending. It is a felony charge. I have been in communication with the agents, with the Madison County Narcotics Unit, with the Sheriff's Department. Heck, they're friends of mine. I'll make my living practicing law based on my intellect. I'd be broke. It's relationships. I've been working with them forever. And my goal in felony case, one of the reasons so much fun here today, I've never been in front of a professional board. All I do is come in this work. But my goal is to first and foremost keep the client out of prison. And assuming I can do that, keep the client from having a conviction, and certainly felony conviction. And certainly that's more important for a client who's in a professional position. Ms. Nelson is. It applies to lawyers, but I'm making it. She's a big felon. She ain't gonna be a RN, nurse practitioner, or anything remotely covered by this board. So get to the point, the conversations with the narcotics agents, I have at least hope, I know it's a possibility, if not a probability, that I can accomplish these two goals, keeping her out of prison, keeping her from being addicted to stuff. Like I told her, I can't guarantee that, but sitting here. But I know after 30 years, when I'm talking to those guys, whether they were calling me nothing, not to the point of all or nothing. I have been, they're willing to help. I just need to say how much help. The process is such, and forgive me if I didn't know this when I started practicing law, but grand jury meets once a month in Madison County. Grand jury is the process by which circuit court, the felony court in Mississippi obtains jurisdiction over a person. Our district attorney's office does not take cases for grand jury presentation until they have state crime lab results back. And that's always been a 30 to 90 day turnaround. And because of COVID, it became a 6 month to a year turnaround, and it hadn't been called up yet. We're waiting on that. It's not going to grand jury until that happens, but Ms. Nelson has been in discussion with narcotics agents through me that, hey, if we can reach a resolution as to the consequences of the criminal charges, she's has the opportunity to do what's called a bill of information. you waive your entry process, you voluntarily give yourself court jurisdiction over you, but that happens from time to time. It's somewhat rare, and I'm certainly not gonna let her do that. Well, I have something concrete and solid as to the consequences. Comes a lot clearer in my head when I'm not sure how clear that is. During criminal cases still pending. And I'm very optimistic that reach a resolution, keep trying to tell, keep being convicted felon. All go.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up?
No, I'd just like to remind the board that the burden here is clear and convincing. Criminal burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's two different burdens. You can be found not guilty based on the Clark case in criminal court and still lose your license before a board panel.
And I wish I could, but I can't disprove that.
Anything further from this witness, Mr. Devon?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. At this point, we will move to closing statements. Ms. Osmond?
Thank you. Today, you've heard testimony that amphetamine was sent from the Chelsea Hotel in Chicago to Home Suites 2 in Ridgeland. There is discussion that she believed it might be hair extensions, but she also admitted, and she admits this, to the Madison County Narcotics Unit, that she was aware, based on a stupid conversation, that box could contain amphetamines as well. I think that testimony today clearly supports the charges that she's addicted to a mood altering substance. I think the testimony today clearly supports the charge that she committed an illegal act. I think it clearly supports the charge that she's engaged in unprofessional conduct and that she misappropriated drugs. I think it clearly supports the charge that she possessed, obtained, furnished, or administered drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. Today, the testimony is that from one hotel to another, amphetamine was shipped. I think there's clear testimony that there's a problem here. There's a problem of addiction. And I would request the board panel consider all disciplinary actions that are available to it pursuant to 7315-29-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond. Mr. Devon?
Yes, sir. Police report, everyone I've ever seen, pain, truth, and they lies but less than the truth. And the attorney smiles at me. In any event, whatever I can manage to accomplish and discredit that report in the criminal case, it's not going to change the fact that Ms. Nelson had controlled substance sent to her, and it's not going to change the fact whether you qualified or not. She knew. But is she the Scarface that the police report wants to depict? No. And as you can imagine, every client I've ever had, I can't remember because there wasn't one, a complimentary police report. They for their side or the other side, including people that testify in front of panels of juries. But in any event, she is not the person reflected in that report. Let's balance that with she gave the address to the person that sent her the controlled substance. Yes, she did, and she received them. Almost. I'm asking, or she's asking that state not do essentially. I'm not qualified to say whether somebody is an addict or not. I've got a son who's been in recovery for 3 years. I didn't figure that out until way after. It's not my job. But I think the issue was addressed, would she voluntarily submit to somebody who may be qualified to make that determination? She said she would. like I say, criminal case, trying to keep her out of jail, keep her from being convicted. In this situation, I'm trying to hope that she can remain a practicing practitioner. I think she said open to conditions that might help assure all the state of Mississippi and pick for patients that is not a problem. And I would ask, you know, a panel or a board of both, but I would ask y'all to consider those things and maybe consider all the consequences. There's the worst consequence and the best. I'm asking that you consider open towards the best end of the state.
Wrap up this meeting. License in Florida, still active.
It is inactive at this time because I am not living there nor practicing there.
Your Honor, I have one other matter I'd like to submit before the panel goes into executive session. Yes.
Well, I'm good with it.
Related to that.
Okay, well, that will conclude this matter, but Ms. Austin, go ahead.
This is proposed ASB case number 2020-0386, license number R 881-245. Jerry Stark. I don't have anything in him. He's supposed to be tomorrow.
At this time, I can a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary in this matter.
I will make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number 904-284 NP and license number R 881-245.
I will make that motion.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on the aforementioned matters and will return with decisions in each at 1:15. Thank you. We are back on the record. I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Following deliberation on license number 904-294 NP, the board panel renders the following. I'm sorry, that license number is 904-284 NP. The board panel renders the following. The license is suspended for 12 months with the following stipulations. Compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, releases, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, psychiatric, psychological evaluation, $500 fine, present and future employer notification, educational courses to include ethical decision-making, legal issues, substance use disorders. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Following deliberation on license number R 881-245, the board panel renders the following. The ASP is approved. Is there anything further to come before the board panel today?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. That will conclude board business for today.
Thank you, Jesus.